Giants look a lot better, but they're still not really. Yeah, they. I know I don't like to get excited or anything, but I'm watching it, and then at the half, I'm just sitting there going, could this be? Could it happen? But that's all right. They're a good team. They're well coached. They're going to be all right. They are. They're right up there. They may not quite be at the top. You never know. You never know. They'll get better during the season. John's probably going to say, yeah, they always say that. I have to say that to make myself sleep. I keep saying, don't get better. How's your son doing?
It's good, man. It's 10.
How old is he?
10.
Does he like sports?
He does. He plays soccer, and he's been training jiu-jitsu and
Yeah. Well, good. What's his name?
Eli.
I think about it from time to time when I see it. And I just remember when he was born.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm
He's
saying.
in between little.
Crazy. Like weighs when he was like 6 months old and stuff, and then he's 10.
Yeah.
It's nuts, man.
Well, as long as he stays healthy, right?
It's very long. I also have an extender if you want to do 100 yards.
That was with me. People would say, what a boy. I said, really? I didn't do it. As long as they're healthy. I don't
70 to 200.
Some guys are weird like that. They're always, I gotta have a son. They'll keep going at it, man. It doesn't get better.
Yeah, right?
I guess. Well, I can't imagine not having it. You know what I mean? It was a pain in the ass, but what are you gonna do? And now they're grown up, they still fight all the time. My wife's on the phone every day and they're fighting, not baby stuff. Just stupid.
My wife and her sister haven't talked to him.
The autofocus is a little long.
See, that's the way it is. I only get to talk when there's something wrong. And of course I'm so stupid, I don't know how to help anybody.
Just call you. Just say hi.
Yeah. Something with a secret call.
You gotta screw it.
Yeah. I don't think you know much.
I think what everybody says is true. Like, I feel for them if they lose. If they win, I guess they'll have a tough conversation. Who's the man free agent? So it's a little roll the dice on both sides. That's the business though.
That's the way it is. You'll be in the meeting with them there. Give them some advice.
We're all on the same page.
Nate's not supposed to come towards the end.
This is the last one, yeah.
Yeah,
2
they
o'clock.
do that. I don't think they'll stick around. Not that they're going to miss me. I can't take 8 fucking hours or something. What are we gonna do? So you feel good? You doing good? Yeah. Yeah.
You training for it?
How'd you do it?
Training, act like I could do anything. I was doing like this local training meeting. Swept his foot out to try to get my leg out my toe and it's breaking down. Now it's all swollen.
What do you guys think? He's happy to chill for a little bit. We started early with Julian Erosa.
Yeah. Hey Chris, how are you, buddy?
Hey, Ron, what's going on, brother? Good to see you, man.
Good to see you
Good
too.
to see you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. Well, I'm glad you're here. Oh, I don't know. I'm in the back. I don't have to move. I just go wherever I find a fucking seat, you know. That's all right with me. Yeah. That'll be good. I put a little reserve thing when I go to out to eat. Because I don't get it here, you know, so. Reserve the table. I'll see you afterward or whatever. Guys, hold the fort.
Can't guarantee that. Can't guarantee that. Go ahead. Well, Julian, it's a fight week at T-Mobile Arena. Does that have a little bit more energy for you, or a little bit different nerves ahead of it?
Not necessarily nerves. You know, I really don't get nervous about things too early on. It'll be a bit different when I'm there, and I'll feel that energy. But I think it's going to be a good thing.
Nice. You've been pretty damn good track record here at the Apex. I'm just curious, like, did you change anything in the approach of like how you're handling it? I mean, it's a different environment, hearing the coaches, that sort of thing. Did you guys change anything at all in prep?
No, not necessarily. I think with the Apex, it's just been, you know, I think I was doing good in the Apex because I was kind of at the end of my rope with, you know, I was kind of like do or die for, you know, with the Sean Woodson fight and even the fight after that. And so, and then losing, you know, in between, you know, the 5 fights that I had, it was, you know, I kind of felt maybe a little bit of the desperation to just, you know, go out there and show up and showcase what I can do.
Have you been trying to sneak a peek at Hakeem's weight or anything this week? Get any reports on how he's doing?
No, man, I live here in Vegas, so like I'm not even at the hotel. I don't even care. You know, he's gonna do his thing, and I know he's gonna show up. He's a bit, you know, he's only 5'8", so I know his weight's gonna be fine. I seen him here last time because we both fought on February 5th, and he didn't seem like he was cutting hard weight. So I expect him to make weight. I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna make weight, and so I think that's all gonna be smooth.
Obviously, I know you can't tip your hand with your strategy, but given his approach, I know you like to go out there and strike and brawl a little bit, but is this a fight that maybe you might want to break out the grappling a little bit?
I mean, maybe. I mean, I think every fight, I'm looking forward to mixing everything up. I think what just happens is just things go out the window. You know, when you get punched in the face and, you know, your life's, well, not necessarily your life's on the line, but when the fight is on the line, you know, things kind of just come out, and I just, you know, naturally, my natural reaction is just to brawl. So I definitely want to grapple. I want to wrestle. I want to strike with him. I want to do everything. But you might see another Peterson fight where I'm just scrapping real hard.
I mean, obviously you want to go out there and win every fight, but
Yeah.
is this one some kind of special meaning? Like, I don't know, like exercising a demon of like, you know, the last time I was there, it didn't go so well. Like, is there something to that in this fight?
Yeah, for sure. You know, last time I fought the T-Mobile Arena, it was, you know, forever ago, and Diaz was the main event, short notice against McGregor, and he shocked the world. So maybe that can happen again, but it just seems like it's a little bit full circle, you know. So, and it's nice, you know. I've had a bit of practice since the last time I was out there, and so I feel like I'm a bit more comfortable. I was a young kid, you know, in the fight game, and a bit naive, and the first time I fought there, and so it was, the lights got a little bit to me, but you know, like I said, I got a little bit more experience now, and I feel like it's going to be a bit better for me there.
Nice. Last thing for me, you kind of touched on it there, but I know you're worried about your own result, but any shot you might be like a Nate Diaz good luck charm or something? I mean, you were on the card last time he shocked the world.
Yeah, for sure. You know, maybe it'll happen, you know, and I think everybody's kind of rooting for him a little bit, you know, just in the underdog sense.
Julian over here.
Yes, sir.
A lot of these fighters that they've pretty much only fought in the Apex the last few years, and when they go into the crowd, they kind of downplay the crowd's involvement. But in terms of like the size of the octagon, you're a guy that you move a lot in there.
Yeah.
You're back and forth. Does that play any factor, having more room to work in there?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I remember the first time I ever fought in the big UFC octagon. It was like, it almost seemed like a football field. It was huge. It was like, this is insane. But also coming from, you know, a lot of guys on the regional shows, you're fighting in a even smaller cage in the Apex. So like, transferring from a small cage into that cage is a bit much. But it's nice. I train at Extreme Couture, and they have both size cages. They have the big octagon size, and they also have an Apex size. So it's nice. I can use both of them and kind of get adjusted to that.
He obviously comes from a very high-level Muay Thai background.
Yeah.
So how would you compare your striking to his in MMA?
Definitely a bit more scrappier and dirtier. I'm not as technical as he is, for sure. But I think I've given technical fighters a bit of a issue with kind of being a bit dirty and making it dirty. I fought Mehdi Baghdad in the Ultimate Fighter House, and I won that fight. And he was a world champion Muay Thai guy and or kickboxer or whatever it was. And I think I did that with my unusual, unorthodox style.
Then I don't think during fight weeks you can escape all the Paddy Pimblett questions. Given so I'm going to ask you, what do you make of his meteoric rise in the UFC right now?
He's doing good, and good for him. I think he just, I think he's a little less active than most. And that's his own prerogative. And I don't have any kind of resentment or anything towards Paddy himself. When I fought Paddy, I was a bit more upset with the whole situation of, his manager was also the promoter of the show. I didn't even actually see him officially make weight. He was over a couple pounds, and they said he was going to go cut the weight and come back and make it. And I ended up leaving because I just, it had been an hour and a half, and I wanted to go eat. So I didn't even see him make weight. Just small things like that kind of just got to me. But if I was in his shoes, I'd probably be doing the same thing. I would take advantage of everything that he was taking advantage of when I fought him.
What do you make of the fact that he says he's 200 pounds, right? He's fighting a lightweight.
Man, I get it. I understand it. When I'm out of camp, I get pretty big. I'll get to 180, 100. I've never been to 190, but I've been mid 180s, and I get it. I understand it. You diet. I think he said he had some sort of eating disorder because of fighting, and I understand that. But you got to rein it in a bit. If you want to be active, you want to not walk 200 pounds and have to cut 45 pounds every time. Or not necessarily cut 45 pounds, but eventually get down 45 pounds within a fight camp, because then it becomes a fat camp.
Hey, Julian.
Yes, sir.
Do you have a favorite Juicy J song?
You know what? I came up with the nickname Juicy J before I even knew there was a Juicy J from 3-6 Mafia. But 3-6 Mafia has a song with Project Pat called Chicken Head. And I really like that one. So I would say that's probably my favorite one.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. We're good? Thank you, guys.
You're like, oh shit, Tony's here.
Well, luckily it's a welterweight, Tony Ferguson. So I guess how much better is fight week this week, not worrying about a weight cut?
It's good, man. I had a slushie this week, which is pretty cool, and I had a soda going into an elevator. And whoever has that picture, the fighter, send me that shit because it was funny as heck. They were looking at me like, you're crazy. 170's home. I love it.
So is this going to be the future moving forward, you think?
This is where I hang my hat. I'm 14-2 with mostly knockouts at 170. So, like I said, it's where I hang my hat, and 155's home too. So I'm here to collect.
Nice. Last fight, obviously, man, everything was going great until it wasn't. I'm just curious, I mean, knowing the effort that you put in and how good you looked, how difficult of a result was that for you to kind of accept?
Not really. I don't remember being on the stool. I remember him getting his hand raised, talking to Chuck. I remember walking out towards the ambulance, and I was like, oh, shit, yeah, you lost. Ah, fuck. Went back to the drawing board. For 2 months, I started lifting heavy, real heavy, because I knew what I was going to do subconsciously. So I was like, okay, cool. Talked to the brass. We said it was cool for 170 or 155 pounds, whatever I want to do, shot call. And they had an opportunity for me, so I took it. You know, went to Jackson Wing for this camp. I went for Black House a couple times, but most of the time, all I did was I took these opportunities how I needed to. I stepped in a cage for the practice room for the first time in about 5 to 6 years. I mean, it's been a while since I practiced in a cage, guys. I've always been on a mat, and it's been the first time I sparred since 5 or 6 years as well. So it's a little bit more interesting. I've been doing this by the, you know what I mean? It's kind of like, you know, by the sweaty balls, I guess you would say, and just going in there and doing the shit. But it's different now. I put deodorant on. We're cool now. You know what I mean? We're cleaning it up, and we're going in there, and we're gonna have some fun, man. You guys are gonna see old school T. And not talking myself in the third person either.
But we like that. What is the plan moving forward for your training? Like you said, you got some different looks and stuff. I mean, do you think that's kind of the idea is to just move around, or is it to set up a home base somewhere? What is the plan?
No, man, I went fishing. And what I got was a bunch of trainers that I believe in. I've always had my eyes on a couple of these people, like just a scout. I'm a scout. I know what the fuck to look for. I've been playing sports for 30-some years, 34 years. I've been playing sports at a high level. And the last time I put a great team together, we went on 12-5 victories. And we just made it happen. We started at a park, went to Big Bear, made up my compound. You know, I had trained out of my garage for Khabib at UFC 209, scared the shit out of that dude. And you know what I mean? We're just putting all the pieces together. And this is like not a final piece, but what this is like that part of the puzzle that you just keep, the frame is done. Oh, cool, now I can work on the inside, I can do all this stuff. And I got some really good people that are helping me open my eyes with some things that I cannot see, which is the trust. And it helps to be able to be in an octagon, get some sparring in, and get the great training that I really need.
Lee Jingliang as an opponent, break him down. What do you see? What kind of challenges does he present for you?
Lee likes to scrap, man. He likes to go in there. Obviously, he knows I like to scrap. We're gonna go in there. We're gonna impress a lot of people, toe to toe, balls to the walls, and we're gonna go in and make some fireworks for you fuckers.
Last thing for me, what is success here for you, Tony? I mean, is this all about results oriented? It's got to be a win.
I'm trying to cut swearing too, by the way, guys. It's hard. Fuck.
But what is success for you? I mean, can you go in there and, like you said, know that you have a great performance, know that you have a great fight, come up short and still feel good about it? Or is this like, no, we got to walk away with the win this time?
Oh, yeah, you asked something about Chandler, I forget. Going into the Chandler fight, cool little secret, I was looking for an outside sweep single. I was looking to bait him. I didn't even throw a punch. I was like, I'm going to take this fucker down and just finish the fight. And this it didn't really work, man. I was looking and I was paying attention to the wrong leg. I didn't pay attention and obviously got booted. In the first round, though, we were picking him apart. The idea was to check all of his kicks, and I did. You asked that son of a bitch if his legs hurt after the Gaethje fight and after my fight. Yeah, it's a little bit different. The only part of his foot that didn't hurt was the bottom of it, and he got a couple of those eating in the first round. So I guarantee you in the corner, he went back, and he's like, fuck. Because he even said he doesn't throw that kick, right? So in wrestling, that's called mirroring. And he did it. I got caught with it, and shit happens, dude. You know what I mean? Props to him. And I use this analogy that I've been helping people up from where their level has been. When I first took the fight with Gaethje, preparing for a grappler for half a year, taking a striker fight, it's kind of like the same thing with the Landon Venata fight. Like, what the fuck? Oh, here we go. I guess there was only a striker. You know, and shit happens with the UFC. They like to make the matchmaking. They like to switch things up. But essentially what it is on the fighter to always be ready. And that's how I am. They can trust in that, and they can trust me to bring back sports in the pandemic. So why not go up to 170, handle business, and come out with my hand raised in victory?
Tony, over here. After the Michael Chandler fight, you spoke to a few of the media, and you sounded really positive about your performance. Was there something about that first round that reminded you could be competitive with the best in the world, that proved to you that you're still on the right path?
Fuck no. I know I'm always on the right path. I'm going to be real. I've come to consideration of what I really needed to do. I mean, I have a football ring right here, and I was going to say the 2 years that we've played I played varsity for a long time, but the junior and senior year, we were 27-1, and we won state, and we almost came back to being back-to-back champions. Shit happens. It was one of those things where you take those learning experiences, and sometimes you can't get it back. Your senior year, you can't go play back, unless you're going at a higher level. For me, I have all the trophies and the medals and all the charts and everything, the Ultimate Fighter trophy. I have a, Fighters Award trophy. I have a belt. I have the titles. I have these things. The Hall of Fame is right there, but I'm considered already fucking in it. When that time comes, it's always looking for something to be better at or to have another goal. I haven't looked at that new belt like it was something I wanted for a very long time. And I started watching a lot more film and kind of like seeing everybody get that belt, because I'm an old school guy. I love to get all the old school stuff, and it's collecting checks and choking necks all day. So I'm here for the right reason.
When you look at the welterweight division, right, it's always refreshing when you get to change up some of these opponents. Are there guys in that division you look at and think, that's a fun scrap, that's a fun scrap?
All of them are fun scraps. Everybody's a little bit bigger. I'm faster and I'm stronger. So they're going to have their hands full no matter who's in front of me. And, this weekend is Jingliang. So we'll try there. We'll start there. And we're going to come out with our hand raised in victory, man. He's going to have a long ride home.
Obviously, at 155, this fight between you and Conor McGregor was always discussed. Do you think that's just behind you now?
McNuggets.
Do you think that
lost the sauce?
Do you think that one's just completely gone, or is he now going to be at 170 and you can fight there, or how do you think that one?
Goats come and go, but boats stay afloat. I'm a boat. I'm the best of all time. You know what I mean? That's a title that won't go anywhere. I'm always going to be the fucking champ. Nobody's going to ever do what I have done for this sport. I brought back sports for the world, man. And that took a lot of balls, and that took a lot of teamwork from my management, Dana, and just anybody else who was in that for the last 3 days trying to figure out what we wanted to do. And to see that from how we are now and just kind of like just paving the way for everybody. Everybody loves this fucking sport, and I'm very glad that they do, because we work fucking hard, man, in this sport. I can't say anything about boxing because I'm not a professional boxer, but I see them training just as hard. And if you're in a high-level competitive sport, you better love that shit, man, and try to figure out what you really want to do. And I've got what I want to do.
Last one from me. Great main event on Saturday. I'm curious how you see the fight between Nate Diaz and Chimaev going.
Double knockout. They knocked each other the fuck out.
Tony Ray, you said we should expect you the old teas. I see you dyed your hair. Is that part of it? Like, because you did that for years.
I was just going too fast. The color faded, and I can't really do anything about it. It's something different. Like I said, I've always done it, and people just have jocked my style for a long time, and I stopped doing it. You know what I mean? I'm a cool guy, and when somebody does something cool like I do, I'm going to be like, fuck it, I'm going to go do something else. It's just not following trends. It's not doing anything else but just being me. And I like being me. 170 pounds, 155 pounds. Last time I scolded everybody, you know what I mean, which was cool. I don't have to do that. I said my piece already. I don't have to be an asshole. I can go in there and do what I want to do because I do what I want. And it's because I work my ass off. I love Vegas. I love how it is. It's Vegas strong all day long. And I'm here and happy to present myself at UFC 279.
So when you see Charles Oliveira's hair dye, you're just like, I did that first?
Nah, I don't really care. He's my student. And if you realize that, like I said, I did zero jiu-jitsu preparing for that kid. And that was a funny one. But that was during pandemic. It was some just random shit. Didn't happen. Hey, can you guys make it? No, man, I'm across the state. All right, shit, fuck it, whatever. I'll see you guys sometime. And just making it happen, just trusting in my training from Coach Eddie, which I did, man. That dude couldn't tap me out. It was crazy. When he had my arm out there, I was thinking of my kid, because my kid's kind of not double jointed in that shit, but I was like, fuck it, I hope I am too. And just making it happen, man, and just being and smiling throughout the whole entire journey. You know what I mean? If you're backpacking across fucking the whole entire state or running across it like Forrest Gump, you better enjoy some shit. Have somebody buy you some new shoes.
And you were pushing pretty hard to try to, I think it was to coach the Ultimate Fighter against Khabib, like team versus team. Was there any?
We got the green light, bro. We're waiting on Khabib's fat ass. I actually called him Khabib. Did you guys hear that shit? We're waiting on Fathead's fat ass. And I'm gonna be real with it. We got the green light from the brass. Went and talked to them. We got the green light from his coach. We got the green light from his agent. His agent comes up and tries to hug me. He was all in pink, fucking looked like Pinky from Friday. It was funny as fuck. There he is, a bald head. And just, you can spot him anywhere, and he comes up and he's like, let's do this. And in the reality, we're just waiting for Khabib's fat ass. So, I mean, he's the one that's scared. Regardless if it's a fight or not, we'll go and coach, and I'm sure we'll make it entertaining. I'm sure he'll break before the fighters are on that team. And I still got some good material that I haven't used yet, so I'm just waiting for that day.
Do you think you can be the one to get him back out of retirement during this season?
I am the one to get him out of retirement. That dude's not retired. when it comes down to it, when you lose somebody, you have to take some time off. You have to think and do whatever you have to do. But his father had said that the fight to make would be myself and Khabib. And before he passed away, he did say that. And Khabib has that in his mindset. I gave them 4 fights of film. The idea was to take competitions and to be able to give him film. So that way he could feel a little bit more comfortable coming inside the cage. Because I did tell him one time, I was like, when you're locked in there, nobody can help you. And you guys remember when he surrounded me and my family here at New York, which is a little bit crazy. I don't fuck around. It's the same fucking way. And the thing with Khabib, if we do fight, that's for them. This weekend is at UFC 279 against Jingliang. He's from China. He's a tough motherfucker, and I'm going to go in there and have my hand raised in victory. Ankle pick.
Tony,
Yes, sir.
to you right
Hey.
with you and Nate.
Your other right.
With you and Nate being on the same card, he said that he wanted to fight you. Was that fight ever on the table?
I think it was. Shit, like I said, shit happens. You kind of just don't understand where the matchmaking is. They'll say that you got to fight, and then they'll give the fight to somebody else or whatever that's going on contracts. Nate's cool. I'm going to be real. I have no guff against him. I mean, if we scrap, it'd be cool. You guys know what you're going to get. But I got some respect for the guy. You know, we were ever at a fight in Anaheim, which was funny because even before he called me out, he was like, Tony! You know, I was like, not now, I'm busy. And I was walking off to an interview, and this time I actually saw him, and he was with his buddy. Tried to pass me a doobie, and I was like, no, not right now, man. It's okay. We're at the fights, and it was his friend. It was funny. We didn't say anything, though. And I looked at him. He looked at me. And we were not trying to meme mode, trying to figure out what the fuck somebody else is going to say or who's going to say hi first. And we both went, ah. We gave a high five like this, and we bumped some chick on the head with our elbows on accident. So it was kind of a funny moment, but that was it right there. And so like I said, the Diaz has done a lot for the sport, and then, you know, they keep doing the same thing that, you know, everybody else does, but it's us big brothers that are leading the way to teach these guys not to be a bunch of fucking pansies. To go out there and don't tap and fucking come out with your hands raised in victory.
Are you surprised you two haven't scrapped?
No, not really. I don't care. I'm going to be real. When it comes down to it, I got to trust in the matchmaking. You know, Sean Shelby knows what he's doing. You know, you got Hunter Campbell and Dana White. They're a good team, man. They know what the fuck they're doing. So if they're putting all the pieces together, you know when they're fucking training or they're making everybody fight through a logarithm. You know when they're doing it. I've been watching for a lot, like 10, 12 years. I've seen them go from different kinds of commercials, from Fuel TV to Spike to Fox, ESPN, now Disney. I've said that in the last interview. I've seen them all. I've seen the pay increase. I've even helped pay increase. And just being there, like, you know, like the fucking people's champ. You know, that's how I don't call myself that. But it's just, like I said, that term champ, that's never going away. I'm not going to stop doing what I'm doing to help the company. I'm not going to, you know, decrease value myself. You know, that's not the way to do that, is to get better, evolve, and make this place fucking awesome. You know, Forrest Griffin, perfect example. He's over at the PI. You know, he was traveling around in the same car for the longest time. Everybody would say that. He's like, yeah, he won the car on The Ultimate Fighter, and he's driving around still. That was from season 13. Holy shit. So it took him, I don't know how many seasons, how many years to be able to get to where he's at. I started in the mail room, too, in The Ultimate Fighter. It was kind of shitty. But where I am now is a shot caller. I do what I got to fucking do in order to get shit done, and they can trust on that.
Is that a new wrist tattoo?
Yeah. So I got some feet on me, not because of Chandler fuckers. This right here is my son, Angel Anthony, and this is my son right here, Armand Anthony, my wife Christina. So this is the family arm. I like to fly, obviously, and you got the names right here. And I have a rosary right here, one of my good friends, Father Joe, cool as heck. He's kept me in the game, man, which is awesome. I got a couple friends that are priests, which is cool. And I come from a Catholic school, Mesquite Catholic Central. And just surrounding myself around good people just helps remind me, man, where I come from, and to be able to stay focused and to have somebody that has been there. He was in the Afghanistan war, and he got called in, the priest. And he brought his rosary with him, and he would say a lot of sermons for a lot of the different soldiers, and he would, you know, be on active duty, which is crazy. And I'm like, oh, you a priest? He's like, yeah, I was there. It was cool. And he'd have a bunch of stories, which is cool. And I would sit there and talk to him. And I was at the church, and I asked him, I was like, hey, do you have any rosaries I can buy? I have mine. I can't find it right now. And he says, yeah, I'll be right back. And he goes in a couple different places, and he comes back in like 10, 15 minutes. It was like for a while. He was looking for a while. Good guy. And he comes back, and he has one. He's like, here, you can take mine. He's like, this one's from the war. And I was like, oh shit, thank you. I didn't mean to swear. But yeah, I said, oh shit. And what I ended up doing was I got the rosary on me. It was my last fight, you know. You saw me in the background, I was saying the rosary. It wasn't because it was just saying it. It was because I was reiterating what I was taught from, you know, the priest, Father Joe, and just putting it back in there how I used to before football games. You know, we would used to do prayer services or have full mass beforehand. And it was a good reminder, and it was enough for me to be able to go and do that. And it was cool. So everything has a meaning.
Tony, gracias por tomar tiempo para hablar con la prensa. ¿Qué pueden esperar tus fanáticos que te siguen, te apoyan, no importa triunfos o derrotas este sábado contra Jing?
Estoy suerte para, yo tengo muchos fans para soportar esta línea. Me da duro todo el tiempo cuando yo estoy practicando, pero no hay personas que ver. Y entonces solo una noche que todo el mundo ver que yo estaba practicando. Y es importante para yo, para ser mexicano, pero porque hay mucha gente en el mundo que necesitarlo. Y este fin de semana contra Jingliang, yo estoy listo. Estaba preparando muy inteligente con los otros gimnasios y mezclaba todos los movimientos y las técnicas. Y yo estoy listo para todo.
Te da un poquito de más energía, más énfasis que en esta misma ciudad ganaste tu título interino del peso ligero hace unos cuantos años sobre Kevin Lee.
La gente en esta ciudad es muy, muy amable. Teníamos mucho duro en esta ciudad, como el mismo año, como el día antes del Fight Week, hay un problema y con el shooting. Y para yo diferente porque hay una parte del noche, yo estaba en el Walmart y mi familia está en el church, en la iglesia, y en la iglesia es al lado del como el shooting. Y mi esposa le dije, entonces nosotros vamos al hotel porque el papá le quiere para visitar la music. Oh shit, and I didn't know. Y durante mi viaje a Walmart para comprar las comidas, yo tengo una llamada y le dije, mi hermano le dije, hay una shooter, hay dos shooters, cuidado. Y yo tengo 5,000 de mi familia. Y entonces nosotros necesitamos ir al hotel para encontrar mi familia. Y todos los calles están ciertos, closed. Y entonces manejar arriba como las otras partes y encontrar the opening of the hotel y encontrar mi familia y yo ver la televisión. Y hay muchos problemas en el televisor, en todos los canales. Y mi opinión para esta ciudad es diferente de las otras personas, es diferente. Y mi opinión para esta ciudad es mucho fuerte y mucha fuerza y tenía muchas ganas porque hay muy duro en esa parte, pero ahora es diferente. Hay un edificio nuevo de Raiders, en esta parte también hay una Apex y hay muchas cosas nuevas. Nosotros estamos muy, muy lucky, I guess you would say.
Qué bueno, man, que tienen suerte. Y en sí lo que estás diciendo es que aunque hayan cambiado las cosas, tenemos al mismo Tony. Y finalmente, un pronóstico, decisión, sometimiento, ¿qué podemos esperar este sábado con tu actuación?
Estábamos preparando muy inteligente para los otros gimnasios. En este fin de semana me voy a mezclar todas las técnicas contra Jingliang. Es diferente, mi energía es muy bien Estoy sonrisa todo el tiempo porque me comes todas las comidas ricos de español, como los tacos y burritos y Slurpees from 7-Eleven, y como es diferente. 155 piso ligero es diferente para yo. Para la welterweight, esta es mi casa. Esta es mi casa. Es un lugar que me poner mi gorro aquí. Y en esta parte me voy a llevar el gorro y colectar mi dinero.
Gracias, man, y buena suerte el sábado.
Gracias, gente. Compa.
Tony, just one question over here, Johnny, with iHeartMedia Salt Lake.
What's cracking?
Going back to your amazing run on Tough 13, you finished all your tough opponents. You were so focused during that whole season. You'd show up with suits before your fights. You also used to keep a box of dreams. Now, I'm just curious,
Dream box,
you know,
yeah.
looking back at your amazing career, everything you've accomplished, did you accomplish those dreams?
Yeah, I had to. My coach would tell me all the time, when we first showed up at Grand Valley State, when I did, and he called me in, he sat us all down, gave us a note card and a pen. That's Coach Dave Mills from Grand Valley. He says, I want you to write down 3 goals. I want you to write down 1 goal that you can accomplish within and everybody, listen, I want you to do the same shit. I want you to write down 1 goal that you can accomplish within the first couple weeks here. The next goal is I want you to put another one in that you can reach within a half a year or a year. And the third goal, I want you to have one, regardless of what it is, big mansion or big expensive car, whatever it is, I want you to put that on there, whatever's unobtainable. And each time you complete a goal, you're going to get closer and closer towards that third goal. You would put your quote of your favorite athlete, sign it, your weight, height, all that good stuff. But what was important was those 3 goals. And in the dream box, I would do that. I would put my energy and put my mindset on what I wanted. I would put that and put it in the dream box. And over time, what ended up happening was the dream box still there, but I started just keeping it inside, keeping it interior here, and not letting anybody do that. And I did that because it was my comfort zone. I never let anybody in my comfort zone. I said, fuck all you guys. But pardon my language, but it's cool now. I don't have to be, you know, who I have to be in order to get shit done here anymore. They understand where I come from, and they understand that I have a lot of following, that we can get shit done. We don't have to be angry against each other. We can go out there and be civil and get shit done. If we have to be mad, whatever. You see Khamzat. You know, shit happens once in a while, but, you know, if you're going to do something, you're going to do something. I'm that kind of guy to do something. I'm that type of guy.
Awesome. Thank you.
Sir. Okay, thank you. Sweet. Enjoy, guys.
5 pounds, is that a difficult decision or the right one, easy? I mean, what was that discussion like?
I mean, decisions like that are never easy because we were thinking about making a run at 45, but, you know, it kind of went to a halt after my last fight in May. So we got the call for Irene, and we were ecstatic. You know, it wasn't exactly set to where our goals were for this year, but it's still towards a goal, and it's a great fight, and she's a great opponent, and it's a great opportunity, and I'm excited.
How much different is prep for you at Bantamweight than up a division?
It's it's different. It's different. You know, I have my nutritionist that comes in 4 or 5 weeks out. It's a set schedule. I run probably over 40 miles a week with training. So it's just a different mindset, you know, and hitting something like that is good. You know, putting those stressors in your life is good for, you know, not only for an athlete, but for an overall human. So I don't believe that you should be in that kind of stress state for a long time, but I think that going through things like that, hardships and stuff that are difficult, it's going to make you a better person. So, you know.
big opportunity, like we said, in terms of the name value and the spot on the card. But I just wonder, stylistically, this is just a fight that appeals to you. It seems like one that you would enjoy.
Yeah. She's got great boxing. She's very elusive, good footwork, and I feel like my last fight in May, I just feel like I've unlocked so many different levels in my game. It's things that have always been there that I've been working on, but I just finally I just feel like I'm in a state where I'm not thinking about what I'm doing and I'm just doing it. I'm just fighting. And I can't ask for anything else. I mean, that's what makes it so fun, is when you've been in this game for a while, and you're starting to come up, you're not thinking, you're just having a good time in there. You're just fighting. So I'm really stoked about that, and I think that she's a perfect opponent for especially how I'm feeling and moving and fighting and thinking. I think it's a perfect matchup.
Nice. Last thing for me, you win here. I'm just curious kind of what you see as the future in terms of the roadmap, because as you said, at 45, it's like you can step in and win a fight and get a title shot, right? Because it's not even much of a division. But, I mean, you win here at 35. I mean, you're right up there at the top as well, right? So you feel like maybe there's a 35 title shot in your future.
Yeah, we're just going to have to figure out whether or not it's 45 or 35. We're in the same position, But no, it's all good. I mean, I got into this game because I want to fight, and sometimes you got to make hard choices and decisions, and that's just the way it is, and that's the way life is. But I think going forward, I think there are opportunities in both weight classes, and I'm waiting for people to realize that. Like, there's a lot of girls that fight at 35 that could definitely fight at 45. Why don't we go up? Why don't we fight up and down? What's the problem with that? What's the problem with a few of us going up to 45, fighting some girls, coming back down, fighting at 35? I think it'd be fun, and I mean, what's at stake, So I just want to fight as much as I can, and 35 was the best opportunity for me, There's a lot of killers. It's not an easy decision either. I could have went to 45 and just fought a few girls, I'm fighting a lot of people at 35. And it's not an easy decision, but I want to fight. And if fighting up and down will give me that opportunity, then I'd love to do it.
Let me see over here. How's that? Irene, she had that pretty nasty bout of COVID, and she even said that when she fought Holly, her just cardio wasn't there because she was still feeling, and she hasn't been active really since that fight. Are you expecting the same fighter we saw from Irene before that, or do you think she just had to probably change a lot in camp?
I don't know. It's hard to say. I mean, because we as fighters are ever changing, So there's little things that can manipulate and turn a small situation into a big situation, And I had COVID. A few years back, right before I was supposed to fight Sajara, and it really messed me up, So, and I know it's affecting everyone differently. So, I mean, there's a possibility that I know some people who still aren't the same. So, I mean, that is a possibility, but knowing her, I mean, her work ethic, from what I hear about people who have trained at her gym and just watching her come up, she's not a bum. Even if she was having issues with COVID, I highly doubt that she's having the same issues now. She's probably done a lot of what she can. So, yeah.
Macy, what do you think might prevent somebody with the whole 35-45, 35-45? It's just the weight cuts are too much, longevity in the sport?
Yeah. What do you think? You're saying, what do you think?
What prevents people from doing that? Because you bring up a good point that it'll make you more active and, financially it's great, but what are the downfalls of that?
I don't know, man. I don't know if it's a stigma, for women. 145 pounds. I mean, I know the UFC fans are ruthless when it comes to that shit. A lot of people, and I'm not even gonna just say guys. A lot of people will just be like, "Oh, I don't want to see these girls fight. They're too big." Blah blah blah. I'm like, okay, well, I went to a Dallas Wings game a few weeks ago and watched these women play basketball, and the smallest girl on their team was 170, 5'10", but I couldn't even tell because all the girls on the team are so big and athletic, There's definitely some people that should not be fighting in a certain weight class, right? I mean, athletically, peak performance-wise, I think most of these women could be fighting up and down easily, And I think most of these women look good. I mean, they look like athletes. I don't know why most of us need to be this big to, to fight or to get people to watch. But no, I think most women, when it comes down to it, I think most women in 35 and 45 can perform the same in both weight classes. You know, I think you'll see different styles. You know, when I fight at 45, I'm more anaerobic. When I fight at 35, I have a lot better cardio. You know, because I'm not running 40 miles a week, but I'm still running. So I think it'd be interesting, and I think it'd be cool. And financially, I mean, why wouldn't you want to fight as much as you can, up and down? I mean, women do it all the time in boxing, and you know, I mean, it's not. I don't know why it's such a stigma, but I think a lot of these girls could benefit on doing it. You know, and probably make their weight cuts to 35 a lot easier too.
Absolutely. And let me circle back to your opponent. Where do you see your advantages against Irene, as far as how you guys match up, which should be a barn burner, by the way?
Yeah. Like I said, I mean, she's got great boxing, great movement. And, you know, since my fight in May, I just feel like super complete, you know. I'm wrestling without thinking about wrestling. I'm mixing up. And I'm not going to sit here and call myself a wrestler, but I just feel like I've been mixing up everything so well that it's just opening other avenues for me. And, you know, I mean, there's a possibility that she could definitely catch me with that left hook, right? So I got to be on my toes. I mean, this girl is not to play with. I mean, I think by far this is going to be the most competitive fight that I've had. So I really need to be focused, but I also need to use my intuition and not overthink anything.
Excellent. I look forward to it, and good luck on Saturday.
Thank you.
Good guys. Cool. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Well, Khamzat, obviously your last fight was a massive fight, but now pay-per-view headliner in Las Vegas, big moment in your career. What's the emotion like for you? Does this feel like a big moment in your career?
All moments in UFC like big moments for me, you know. It's amazing, feels amazing. You know, I'm fighting Nate Diaz. I'm happy for that. One of the guys who've been like 15 years in this game, you know, one of the legends, you know, maybe it's his last fight, who knows. Yeah, I'm happy.
I know you're the wolf, you're the killer, but do you ever sit back and just go, wow, I mean, this is amazing where my career is and how fast all this has happened?
No, bro. It's same shit, bro. It's the life, you know. Happen everything. You're going up, you're going down, and maybe I die tomorrow. Who knows, you know. Can happen everything. I just going forward and taking what I have on my way.
5-round fight here. Just curious how much change and preparation that forced out of you, how much adjustment you had to make getting ready for a 5-round fight.
What?
For this 5-round with Nate Diaz, big fight. I mean, how much change did you have to make in terms of getting ready for this 5-round fight?
Always working for 5 fights, you know, 5 rounds and 10 rounds. I don't know. We don't care. So like coach says, do that, do this. You know, we do everything. He says, I believe in him. He believes in me. I'm going smash somebody, you know, take my money and going home.
I know last time you were frustrated that you fought a little too aggressively, maybe not quite under control. How much of that was a focus, and how do you change that? I mean, your aggression is a benefit too.
I don't know, brother, how I change that. We'll see in the fight, you know. I gotta go and take his head off, you know. It's like always I do. You know, I come here, don't take the points, you know, like play the games and come here to smash somebody and take his head, you know.
Last question for me. The discussion seems to be that early, you're the dominant force, but if this goes later, it's trouble for you because he last there. You agree with that?
If it goes 2 hours, I don't care, brother. I'm gonna take his head, you know, like, what are you gonna do? Like, you know, like guy 170, I did fight, like, I can fight at heavyweight as well. So I don't think so that guy gonna survive 1 round. We'll see. I hope he can survive like 5 rounds. It's good for him, show his heart, you know, and go away from the UFC and being like a warrior. If I beat him in first round, everyone's gonna say, yeah, the guy is too old. Yeah, Uncle Diaz gonna have to go home.
Khamzat, to your left. Over here. What happened with Paulo Costa at the UFC PI?
Nothing. Like, guy is talking about shit about me. I never see it talk about that guy, you know. Maybe he wants something, I don't know. He wanna be famous, I don't know. And then Israel fuck his ass, you know. So what? He got all the world see that shit, you know. And he have to go back and to do something with easy, you know.
Is that a fight you could have one day, you and Paulo?
Why? I don't fight with that kind of guys. He's already, somebody fucked him up, you know, in the ass.
Khamzat back here. So I'm curious your thoughts on the results of UFC 278 in Salt Lake City at Vivint Arena. What did you think of Leon Edwards' performance against Kamaru Usman?
That was an amazing performance from him, you know. He showed his heart, and last minute, he knocked him out, yeah. I'm happy for him. He deserved that. He worked hard, and just, I hope. He doesn't want to talk about me. He didn't, like, I see somebody ask my name, he jump over and speak about Diaz, he speak about Masvidal, Usman, all of them, you know. Guys doesn't want to see my face on that, you know. Yeah.
And what are your thoughts on Kamaru Usman coming off of this KO?
I don't know. I hope he's healthy, you know. So we'll see. I want to see him as well, come back. And if he come back like he been before, I want to fight with that guy.
So between the two of them, who'd be the tougher fight for you?
I don't care. Same shit.
Awesome. Thank you.
Just to your left here, Khamzat. Yeah, this side. How you doing, man? When you moved to Sweden 10 years ago, could you ever have imagined yourself being in the headline fight at a UFC event in Las Vegas?
I didn't know like what was UFC that time. I was working somewhere, doing like trying to teach my Swedish, you know. And yeah, so I went on the street, with the guys talking wallah yani, that shit things.
When did you realize, because I see some of your Stockholm boys here with you this morning, when did you realize that this was a possibility, that you could become a pro fighter?
One of my friends, my best friends, actually my best brother, and he took me to the MMA. He said to come to the gym, it's MMA. I was thinking about that, brother, I'm working now, and my brother doesn't want to let me go out, because I always find some trouble, And he said, come to the Göteborg, and I went there and went to the gym, they spar, especially guys, and coach asking me which record you have and these kind of things. I said, first time in a match, Then we start, after 1-2 weeks, I fight and win my fight like 20 seconds, I don't remember, something like that. Then everyone's talking about, hey, you should start, you're good at that, We come like that to MMA. Then I moved to Stockholm, I seen the Alex and these guys. And when I start something, I go all in, like I did now.
Do you feel a lot of support from the Swedish people, the way Alex gets a lot of support from them?
Yeah, of course. Sweden is my home, Now everyone is supporting me in Sweden. Gonna show that to all the world where we come from,
Thank you.
I'm gonna shoot him. I just wanted to hit because I didn't hear, but I didn't connect. So I was like, something's wrong. Yeah.
The budget's a tight, well, it should Man, obviously a big opportunity here, right? Pay-per-view main card, T-Mobile Arena. I mean, what's the feeling like for you right now?
Man, it feels like this is where I'm supposed to be. You know, it's been a long year, and I'm excited to be on the Nate Diaz card, on the main card, pay-per-view, at the T-Mobile Arena, big old crowd. I'm just excited, man.
Nice. I mean, I guess the status of the hand, right? You got to believe in it, or you wouldn't be here, right? I mean, I guess is it a mental thing that you have to get over it all, or has that all been worked out at this point?
My hand, as far as my hand is no concern. It's 100%. I've been throwing this thing like a hammer for past couple months now, and yeah, I'm ready to fight.
Nice. Obviously, we know this was kind of a late addition to the card. Do you know who asked for 180 pounds, or was that was that the way it was presented to you?
Nah, it was kind of something like I was like, man, well, it's 2 weeks notice. I was like, why don't we just ask for a catch weight, you know, so we don't have to like focus on cutting weight, and we could just focus on grinding and being our best that night.
Nice.
And you know, fortunately, he agreed, and to be honest with you, I woke up almost at weight today, you know, so I could eat, I feel great, you know. I'm just glad that we did a catch weight.
Yeah, I was gonna ask. I mean, obviously the circumstances, it's completely understandable. But do you think it'll impact the fight one way or the other, whether it be you or him, or do you think it'll have a play?
No, I think it's an advantage for both of us. You know, it's kind of like one of those rare situations where, you know, two fighters go at a catch weight, you know, and don't got to really cut weight. I don't really know what's his status, but I'm fine.
Nice. What do you think about Kevin as an opponent? I know maybe not necessarily the biggest fan of his, but I guess what do you think of him as a fighter?
Yeah, he's a tough opponent, definitely, for sure. He's got a lot of momentum coming into the welterweight division. 2 wins. We beat a guy that I beat. And yeah, Kevin Holland, fighting him coming back is like, you know, it's a fun fight for me. You know, it's a fight that it's supposed to happen. The fans been wanting me to fight him forever, and you know, I'm just glad I get to come back to fight him.
Nice. Last thing for me, you know, I said the layoff, the momentum got slowed a little bit, right? But you come back here and win. That's 4 in a row with some pretty big names in there as well. So, do you have a vision of, you know, what should come next? Because you'd be on a little run.
Yeah, man. Really, I just want to get past this fight. I want to just, you know, handle this fight, and then whatever happens after that. I mean, I know a big win Saturday will definitely put me in a good position, you know, for, you know, potential bigger fights. And yeah, I just got to get through this fight.
Okay, no, over here, other side. You had told my colleague Mike Heck that this was the real main event because you guys made this card just more dope, I think was the way you phrased it. So when they did announce this, what was the fan reaction that you saw?
When it got announced, I was surprised it got announced. I had just said yeah the night before, and the next morning it was like all over social media. But yeah, the fans are just like so hyped for it. I am, and yeah, it just makes for an amazing fight.
And Kevin said after his last fight, he thinks people forgot that he's actually a black belt in jiu-jitsu too, because he's been putting people away with his striking. So is that something you have to be aware of going into this? Because it doesn't seem like a guy who actively seeks the grappling and wrestling, but it is still there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a black belt in jiu-jitsu, but I do have submissions under my belt in my career, and it's like one of those situations where you could you know, we could finish the fight wherever it goes, you know. It's just one of those things. I'm not really worried about his grappling, you know. You know, I have pretty fair takedown defense for the most part, and I just don't see him really trying to grapple much, but I'll be very aware of, you know, takedowns and grappling and shit like that.
And then Kevin's obviously known for his talking in the fight. Is that something you welcome and something that you enjoy doing in there during fights?
Nah, I never really been the talking type. I've been more about that action, but yeah, he does it like a lot of trash talking and shit. I don't really think that it's gonna affect me much. I grew up around, you know, a bunch of trash talkers. I'm from Los Angeles, bro. I went to school in the LA Unified School District. I went to juvenile hall in LA County Jail. I'm used to trash talk. If you ain't trash talking back, you're getting roasted, bro. For real.
Is this your first fight as a father too, or new baby?
Oh no, man! I got 5 kids.
I mean,
I'm the baby maker, bro.
Since the new baby, I guess I should say.
Yeah, nah. This is definitely my first fight since having a newborn.
And can I get your thoughts on the main event? How do you think that plays out?
Oh man, that's an interesting matchup. I'm really excited to see how I hear this is Nate. It might be Nate Diaz.
Yeah, it's his last fight in his
his
contract.
last fight in the UFC, and that I'm fucking so hyped to be a part of that. You know, I'm trying my hardest to steal all the fans. You know, I'll probably spark a joint in there or something. You never know. But
I was gonna say, I know you're from LA and Nate's obviously from NorCal, but what does he mean to the state of California in the mixed martial arts world?
yeah, he means a ton to California and the culture, you know, amongst Mexican Americans, you know, and just the style, man, the smoking weed and you know, like his attitude, his persona and stuff. And yeah, he's from NorCal, but I'm like, you know, I see myself as the Los Angeles version.
Hey, Daniel. Over here.
All right.
This is your first fight in front of a crowd since your UFC debut. How excited are you?
Oh man, I'm so excited. I'm excited for my walkout song. That shit, I can't wait to hear that shit in the crowd and everybody's just gonna go wild. I'm really excited. I got friends and family coming, and damn, dude, I'm just excited. You know, the whole world's watching.
Of all your tattoos, do you have one that means the most to you?
Nah, nah. I don't even know, dude. I guess I have to think about that one.
Awesome, thank you.
All right, thank you.
You want to know last time how prepared you were and excited you were, and of course things didn't go your way. I'm just wondering how frustrating that last result was for you.
Ultima oară știm cât de bine pregătit ai luptat și lucrurile nu au ieșit așa cum tu ți-ai dorit. Și știm cât de frustrat ai fost. Cum te simți acum?
Acum mă simt foarte bine. Da, ai dreptate, am fost foarte pregătit, dar am pierdut. Dar consider și cred că n-am să mai fac greșeala asta niciodată.
Yes, that's true. I was very frustrated and upset with my loss the last time, but now I'm ready and I've learned a lesson, and I'm going to make sure that is not going to happen again.
And despite the loss, I mean, you're back here on a pay-per-view main card facing a ranked opponent. So I just wonder if that gives you maybe some confidence in what the organization thinks of you.
Cu toate că ai pierdut ultima oară, acum te întorci și lupți cu un luptător foarte bine clasat. Cum te simți?
Mă simt foarte bine.
Ce părere ai despre asta?
Părerea mea e, desigur că e ca și părerea la UFC. Știi, eu totuși cred că UFC-ul zice, băi, hai, Ioane, poftim, ia-ți locul tău care îl meriți și am terminat cu asta.
So UFC will see that I deserve to be here, and I'm sure that I'm going to take the place that I deserve.
Facing another very tall opponent in the division, I'm curious if that's challenging or maybe if it helps that you're kind of preparing for these taller opponents back to back.
Următorul adversar este destul de înalt ca și înălțime. Te simți cumva amenințat din punctul ăsta de vedere?
Nu mă simt deloc. Mi-am comparat niște încălțăminte mai înainte, așa că n-a să fie diferență.
I'm actually not worried at all that he's taller than me. I actually got myself some high heels.
What do you think of Johnny as an opponent? He's spectacular at times, but he's had some setbacks. What do you think of him as a fighter?
Ce părere ai despre Johnny Walker ca și luptător?
Johnny Walker e un luptător foarte bun, îl stimez ca luptător. Consider că și ca persoană, ca personalitate sau ca om e bun. Dar îmi stă în cale și văd un obstacol. Așa că până sâmbătă seara e dușmanul meu.
I have a lot of respect for Johnny Walker as a human being, and I know that he's a very strong opponent, but he is in my way, and I will make sure on Saturday that I'll make sure that he's not there anymore.
Last thing for me, on paper, this fight looks like it's going to be very chaotic and not last very long. Is that the expectations that you have as well?
Pe hârtie arată că lucrurile or să fie foarte haotice. Astea sunt și așteptările tale?
Păi uitați-vă la mine, uitați-vă la Johnny și noi ambii suntem niște luptători haotici. Ambii suntem niște luptători cu surprize. Aia și iubesc la acest gen de sport. Eu cred că și oamenii iubesc așa lucru. A să fie o surpriză pentru toți. Nimeni nu știe cum a să se termine.
Just look at me and look at Johnny. We're both very chaotic and very explosive, so it's going to definitely be a show. So just hang on, and Saturday is going to be crazy.
Ian, over here, other side. Right.
Yeah.
A lot of fans think Johnny Walker's style of fighting has changed. He's no longer flashy or exciting. He's much more methodical, which has led to this past few losses. Do you think he's changed as a fighter from watching his tapes?
Mulți fani vorbesc despre Johnny Walker că și-a schimbat foarte mult modul de a lupta. Nu mai este la fel de impulsiv ca în trecut. Așa vezi și tu lucrurile?
În primul rând, eu nu sunt fanul lui Johnny, ca să văd aceleași lucruri. Într-al doilea rând, nu contează ce spun oamenii, contează ce simțim noi aici. Și eu cred că Johnny e într-o pregătire foarte bună. Dar eu sunt într-o pregătire cu mult mai bună.
Well, first of all, I'm not a fan of Johnny, so I don't care what other people see or say. I know that he's a very strong fighter, but I am stronger, so I'm going to remove him.
Come on, guys. One more question. That done?
One more. I'll ask one more.
Ești pregătit?
Of course.
I'll ask one more. On UFC Embedded, Johnny Walker said that when he watches you, you're very aggressive, which open to a lot of gaps. So I'm wondering what your response to that would be.
Johnny Walker, când te vede luptând, vede pe cineva foarte explosiv și cu astea vin și foarte multe goluri și foarte multe greșeli. Ce părere ai despre ce zice el?
Greșeala lui care este, că el crede că eu fac greșeală.
That's what he thinks, that I'm making mistakes, but I'm not. I don't have any gaps.
Greșește foarte mult cu asta, Johnny.
He's very wrong. I'm very ready and very prepared.
Hi, this is your first fight in front of fans in over 2 years. How excited are you to be in front of fans?
Este prima ta luptă după 2 ani în fața fanilor. Cum te simți?
Mi-a fost foarte dor. Mi-a fost foarte dor de oameni, de așa stil de atmosferă. N-am răbdare.
I missed the fight. I missed the people. I missed the energy. So I'm very, very happy to be back.
People is my energy.
And then also, Johnny's known for intense stare downs. You're known for intense stare downs. Is it kind of, are you looking forward to looking into his eyes Friday?
Johnny Walker este cunoscut pentru a privi oamenii direct în ochi și în ideea să intimideze. Ești pregătit pentru asta?
Păi eu aș da ochelare și mă uit la el în ochi. Așa că nu are șansă să o faceți greș. Eu sunt mai agresiv, eu sunt Hulk și eu sunt campion. Așa că eu am venit aici pentru a obține victorie și am venit la luptă. Eu cred că ori el, ori eu, ați cedez seara asta foarte mult și foarte tare.
Well, look at me. I'm going to take my glasses off and I'm going to stare at him even more than him. And I'm stronger. I'm the Hulk. I'm just going to walk through him.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Trying to get a little warmer.
Yes, of course.
obviously last time we saw you, you had a very incredible win in July. I'm just curious how important that win was to kind of bounce back from the previous setback.
所以啊，第一个问题，7月份拿到一场大胜，这场胜利对你有多重要，让你能够帮助你从再上一场的失利中走出来？
这场比赛这个体育嘛，竞技体育，尤其是两个人对抗，有赢有输很正常。只是在输的过程中，你要想你输在哪里，这是最重要的。但是赢呢，也不要去骄傲，对不对？下一个对手会更加强大。所以说，机会是等来的，还是自己去创造的，还是自己去努力的？我时刻准备着，无论都是谁，我迎面而上。所以说，从上一次的比赛胜利之后，想必大家能看到我的努力，我的表现。OK， 组织就安排了我和托尼·弗克森老师比赛。
Yeah, you know, this is the sports. This is the game. You know, it's always one guy win and one guy lost. So we don't need to see this very serious. But the most important things you need to learn from the loss, the failure. So and then I took lessons from the Khamzat fight, and then I got a huge win from my last fight. But you should always just keep calm and carry on, and just keep working and show your capability in the octagon. So, and there is always a bigger challenge in front of you. So I think I just keep doing my things, and then UFC saw my performance. So this time, give me a bigger name, a tougher opponent, and we just keep rolling, keep working, and then everything will come.
I'm curious, has it been frustrating at all fighting on a Khamzat card because they keep replaying that damn highlight over and over and over and you have to watch it? Is that frustrating for you to have to deal with on a fight week?
所以啊，这场比赛因为齐马耶夫也是主赛嘛，所以有时候啊，这个媒体宣传的时候老会重放他跟你那比赛的那个画面，就是你被他摔倒了，然后你会不会看到这些画面的时候心里有点别扭，有点难受
？No， 我觉得更加是动力，不是别扭。
No, it's inspired me. Yeah.
前面说过成人之美，如果是他没把我干掉，今天头条主宰有可能是我 ，you know。所以说我能看到他走这一步，我也很幸运，我觉得很幸运。啊，比赛这个东西嘛，就是这样子的，对吧
？You know, this is the game.
从中虽说比赛赢也好，输也好，但是从中能学到东西是更重要的。还有就是能看到这些社会的价值观更重要。
You know, I feel happy for him. You know, that's anything can happen in this game. If I was the winner at that night, maybe I am in the main card tonight, and they will reveal the highlight. I win over him. So, but I feel happy for him, and this is this sports. There always someone win, someone lose. But yeah, and from the win and lose, you also can see how people judge you, and you can see who really support you. You know, so you can see some different thing from the failure. So to me, it's more important than the win.
Yeah， 就像我上次和齐马耶夫的这个分享发布说过，成人之美，要么打狼，要么喂狼，生活也是这样子的，对吧？食物链，对吧？
Yeah, you know, just like what I said in the press conference for the Khamzat fight, kill or be killed. You know, that's the game. It's the food chain, but it's always in our life, so it's very real.
So talk to me about this matchup. When you first heard Tony Ferguson, not a guy that was even in your division. So what was the thought when this was the fight that was presented to you?
所以啊，这场比赛当看到托尼·福格森这个名字会是你的对手的时候，是什么感想？他是之前都从来没打过这个级别，然后突然来到这个级别，安排和你对阵，感想如何
？Surprise， 跟大家一样 ，surprise， 真的很惊讶。然后当时我第一时间知道这个级别，托尼·福克森是跟我打的时候，我以为是让我减到70下去，是这样子。Yeah, 我在想，是让我减到70吗？我当时脑海里就有这个反应。然后后面不是他说，他身重打77，我说哇哦 ，amazing。
Yeah, surprise. I was shocked, same as all you guys. And my first reaction was like, does UFC want me to drop down to 155? And then they told me, no, Tony will move up. It's a welterweight fight. So I say, okay, let's do it. It's amazing.
Would you consider yourself a fan of Tony Ferguson? I mean, he's been doing this for so long. Did you watch him as you were coming up?
所以啊，作为你个人来讲，你之前曾经是夜魔的粉丝嘛？就你也看这比赛很久了，打 UFC 很久了，你自己喜欢夜魔吗？
喜欢。
Yeah, I like him. I like him. Yeah, I'm a fan.
That's awesome. Last thing for me, on paper, as you said, we were surprised by this fight, but we're all excited by it. I think it looks like it'll be a really crazy fight. Is that what you're expecting as well?
所以啊，大家对这场比赛能够成型都很惊讶，但是成型以后，大家都觉着这应该会是一场非常精彩的比赛。你自己也是这么认为吗？
我觉得我的每一场比赛我都竭尽全力，无论对手是谁，我只做好我自己。给大家再呈现一场精彩的比赛，是每一个运动员应该去做的，不辜负组织，不辜负在座的媒体朋友们对我们的宣传，不辜负支持我的团队、我的家人、my family 以及还有我的粉丝们。我觉得放手去干就完了嘛，不要去考虑这些。赢大家都喜欢赢，没人去愿意输，那怎么还是比赛呢？对吧？
Yeah, I didn't concern or worry about too much things about this fight. I think no matter whoever is my opponent, I will always try my best in the octagon and to fight for the people who support me, my family, my teammates, my coaches. So I always try to do my best, and I think if we just do our job, an amazing fight will come by itself.
Lee, over here on the other side. Tony's obviously coming up from lightweight, so are you expecting a strength advantage in there, especially in the grappling?
所以夜魔是从70升上来的，所以跟他打，你觉得自己在力量上会有优势吗？尤其是在缠斗的过程中。
应该多多少少会有一些，因为我一直用着 IHP 的训练体系和 JC， 包括在国内，我刚开始打MMA开始，我从12年就开始训练这个体系。我觉得无论是在体能上面，还是在力量上面，我觉得都不是太大的问题。跟Tony Ferguson 这场比赛。
Yeah, I think a little bit of advantage because I always confidence on my strength and conditioning training. So I had a strength and conditioning training program called IHC. I started training since 2012. It works for me very well. So yeah, I don't think strength gonna be an issue to me to fight against Tony Ferguson.
值得我小心的就是Tony Ferguson 老师 ，Tony Ferguson 老师，他出其不意的这些动作，每次给大家带来都是 surprise。他的比赛每一场比赛都非常精彩，而且他也非常抗打，这是让我很难。我觉得打出一场精彩的比赛，是我们两个人彼此都需要呈现给大家的。尤其是他身重上来，我觉得对于他的力量和速度反应，会心态上面会更好。我个人认为，毕竟他是夜魔嘛。还有就是很多运动员也是从降重没有状态，找到不降重身重，表现得也非常好呀，对吧？有其他的运动员给我们做出了表现。
Yeah, I think the only thing I concern about Tony Ferguson is he's like a puzzle. You know, every part from his body can be a weapon. So that is I should be ready for. And but I think he moves up to welterweight division it's a right decision because he don't need to have a tough weight cut. I think he can perform better than he was in 155 division. And I think there are a lot of examples like fighter. When they move up, they don't need to worry about too much about their weight, and they perform better than before.
He also said he's been changing a lot of his camps around. He's been trying other camps. He did a lot of training at Jackson Winklejohn with Brandon Gibson. So I'm curious if you expect a different type of Tony Ferguson from what we've previously seen.
所以啊，夜魔这次也比赛之前也换了团队，去了 JW， 然后还跟那个战力教练 Brandon Gibson 练了。所以你觉得这场比赛它会带来一些不一样的东西吗？新的东西？
我觉得会的。
Yeah, maybe. I think so. I think so.
每天都有惊喜啊。
Yeah. Everybody will have some surprise.
但是不要太高兴了啊，有时候还有一些惊吓。
Yeah, but don't be too happy when you saw a surprise, because sometimes it will shock you.
We saw on UFC Embedded, you went up to Khamzat and you said when fighters fight, after that you basically become friends for life. So I'm curious what his response to that was and if he was receptive.
他就看了那个你在 PI 碰上齐马耶夫了，然后你跟他说，比赛之外大家都还可以是朋友，然后他很好奇他是怎么回应你的。 他当时
他是回应我，他说他很想来中国，想看一下，甚至有时候有比赛，甚至有些活动。我说没问题啊，如果说他能来中国，我希望他能联系我，我能带他感受一下中国的文化尤其是民以食为天，可以带他吃一些我们新疆的，还有我们中国的好吃的。如果说有什么工作上需要我帮助的，我愿意去帮助。之前他在餐厅的时候，他见我，他跟我过来打招呼，我觉得人也非常好 ，good guy。只是在比赛中是比赛 ，you know， 你懂的。
Yeah, Khamzat is a good guy, but fight is fight. But outside fight, when I told him, we are friends outside of fight, he said yes, and he also said he wants to go to China to visit our country and to see can he participate in any event or do something. And Leach said, you just call me if you are there. Yeah, I can introduce you to a lot of fun place, and if you want some good food, just call me. I can show you a lot of amazing food from my hometown, from our country.
我也很喜欢做食物，很多朋友应该也都知道，应该大家也能看到在很多这些社交媒体上，有些粉丝们说我这次关注的是一个综合格斗运动员吗？我说 no， 我是一个厨子。
yeah. In terms about food, I guess maybe some of you guys already know I like cooking from the UFC embodied. I saw a lot of fans comment said, are we follow a UFC fighter or a chef?
很多粉丝说你不好好训练，你干嘛还要做饭？这样说我心想，我说我也得吃饭呀，对吧？吃饱饭了才有力量去训练，休息好了才有能力去工作。我觉得是这样子。
Yeah, and some people even critic me said, hey, why don't you just prepare for the fight, but why you still cooking for someone else? I say, hey, everybody needs to eat. We need to eat good food, then we have the energy to work harder. So yeah, that's my view on this.
How do you see that fight between Khamzat and Nate Diaz playing out in the main event?
你怎么看小麻跟齐马耶夫这场比赛？你觉得这场比赛会打成什么样？
我觉得这个回合应该是打不满，不可能打满。
I don't think this fight will go to decision. Won't be.
男人身上一定要有点匪气。
Every man should be a gangster. Now there's a fight between two gangsters. Yeah.
Anything else? Okay, thank
谢
you.
谢你们对我的支持和帮助，还有推广，谢谢你们辛苦了。
Thank you everyone to support me, help me, and promote this fight. Thank you guys.
Can we get one last question in here, if you don't mind?
还有最后一个问题，如果你不介意回答。
Inside fighting, how do you see the main event playing out, and how big is Nate Diaz in China? Is he a pretty massive figure out there, or?
他想问问你，就还是这个主赛啊，一是你怎么看，二就是小麻在国内有多火，有多受关注啊？你在咱们中国国内，
仅次于我吧，小麻。
The level of only behind me, the level
我
of
我的社交软件有400万，他最少也有个350万吧。
Only second, he's the second one. I'm the most.
我也想说一句话，就是无论是运动员也好，无论是年轻人也好，在这个时代这么美好的时代，一定要去豪横下去，一定要有点匪气，尤其是男人，知道吗？干自己想干的事情，一定要去努力去做。我们都在为家战斗，为自己的梦想而战。Let's go.
Yeah, it's just every young guy, every young man should be like a gangster. Just do whatever you want. Try your best. Like Nate. Let's go.
Thank you and good luck.
Kevin, obviously the most important question on everybody's mind. How did you and Dana start buying each other's shoes?
Good question. Right off the rip. How's everybody doing today? Good? Good. I think I bought him some rubber dunks, and then after I bought him the rubber dunks, he bought me some SBs. I mean, it's just some, you know, he likes dunks. So he bought me some dunks, some Chicago Color Wave lows. And they were really nice. So then I think I got him something else, and he got me something else. And so I can't outbuy him, but I can damn sure find some good sneakers.
Nice. All right, well, listen, we know you were itching for a fight, man. It took a long time to get together, but you got one. I guess, how did it feel to finally get something together after you've been, you know, calling for it for a while?
It feels good. You know, I like to stay active. You know, I don't like to sit at home and, as I say, warm the bitch for everybody else to come out here and do their thing. I like to stay active. I like to feel like I'm somebody who's on the roster working as hard as possible. So it feels good to be here. It feels good to be back at work. And damn sure it feels good not to be sitting at home on the couch.
You were linked with a lot of different names, right? So I guess how satisfied were you that this is the one that finally got put together?
It doesn't really matter who it was. As long as they got me a fight and they got it soon, I was happy. Whether it was D-Rod, whether it was Neil Magny, whether it was Wonder Boy, whether it was fucking 3 or 4 of the other names that they named me, I guess I was just backup fighter to a lot of people. They finally found somebody I didn't have to be backup to, so that's cool.
180 pounds. D-Rod was here earlier. I think he's kind of said it was kind of him that asked for it. I mean, what?
Yeah, it's him.
Does it change anything for you? I mean, do you read anything into that?
No, I fought at 85, fought at 70. You know, I fought at 96 before. You know, it's like I walk around at 192 pounds, so that tells you a lot. I don't really care about a weight class. I don't really care about any of that stuff. I just want to show up. I just want to fight and just be able to beat the brakes off somebody.
Nice. Do the moments mean anything different to you in terms of, like, you know, it's at T-Mobile, it's potentially Nate Diaz's last fight? Does any of that change?
No, it doesn't. I mean, Diaz's career is Diaz's career. I can give 2 fucks about that. You know what I mean? And then, you know, T-Mobile Arena, fucking wherever the Raiders play, or whether at home at the Staples Center or here, there, or the other. It's like the only difference is a few cool pictures on the wall, and some of them have nicer toilets than the other. I don't really care. The cage is the same.
Nice. Last thing for me, I think a lot of people are expecting this to be a pretty exciting fight. Are you expecting this to be, you know, exciting back and forth, that type of fight, or do you think this is one you can dominate?
On paper, it's a great fight, and I'm glad that everybody looks at the paper. You know what I mean? But if you look at the paper closely, I feel like I fought the better people, and I feel like you guys are talking about he has good boxing, and I feel like he has shitty street boxing. So we'll find out if he has shitty street boxing or good boxing. We'll have a good night.
Coming over here. We spoke with D-Rod earlier this week, and he said when they announced this fight that he felt this was the real main event compared to the Khamzat Diaz fight.
Yeah, because he's fighting me. I mean, if it was him fighting somebody else, it wouldn't be anything that anybody was worried about. But he's fighting me, so yeah, it's the real main event. I'm fun. I'm really fun. You know what I mean? Whether I'm being held down on the ground or I'm chasing a crackhead down the street, I'm fucking fun. You know what I mean? So I just like to have a good time.
He also said he was surprised they announced this fight for this card. Were you surprised that they announced it for this card specifically?
I mean, they literally picked us up for this card specifically. If it wasn't for this card specifically, he wouldn't have got the fight against me. So, no, I'm not surprised at all. He called the weight class, I called the fight, so it's cool.
We asked him about, you know, we asked all of your opponents, like, what do you do to prepare for Kevin's talking in there? Do you have to do anything different? He goes, well, I went to juvie. I'm from L.A. Like, if you're not trash talking, you're not really fighting. So what are you expecting from him in there when you guys fight?
Nothing at all, honestly. It's like I expect for him to go out there, not move his head that much, get rocked, and hopefully get knocked the fuck out, you know?
Kevin, do you still have an issue with Khamzat? I know you guys had that thing at the hotel.
I don't have an issue with anybody on the roster. If anybody has an issue with me, that's their problem. I ain't got an issue with nobody on the roster.
I feel like that's changed a little bit. I feel like there were times.
No, I've never had an issue. Nobody. Now, I'm going to tell you how I feel about anybody. You know what I mean? Dude on the left's a bitch, dude on the right's a bitch, and dude in the middle, he's definitely a bitch. You know what I mean? But, yeah, I don't have a problem with anybody.
If you don't have an issue with him, can you tell us how you feel about him? Do you still feel like he was rude to you?
I feel like he likes the fucking media. I feel like, you know, he only does this extra wannabe street shit when the media's around. Other than that, he doesn't do it. So, yeah. I mean, when you guys aren't around, he wants to do fist bumps and he wants to be your best friend. When you guys aren't around, when you guys are around, then all of a sudden he's like, I'm gonna rip your fucking head off. You ain't ripping shit off, dog. Let's be real. You want a paycheck just like the rest of these guys around here.
How do you see that fight with him and Nate going?
Nah, he should win on paper.
Kevin, what's that ice around your neck?
It's the same ice that was around my neck last time, dog. Ain't nothing new.
Thank you.
Kevin, I'm curious about your opinion on the performance at UFC 278, Leon Edwards versus Kamaru Usman. How do you think Leon did?
He won the belt. He did fucking great. You know what I mean? He took down a guy that's never been taken down. He took his back. He had him in submission trouble. And then he went out there in the last round and threw a massive head kick that ultimately got him the belt. Now, what he did 2, 3, 4 was absolutely trash. But he managed to get done in 5, so that really means a lot. And overall, Leon Edwards is a very pretty striker. And as long as things are going pretty, he's doing good. When things get ugly, he doesn't do so good. Kind of shuts down mentally.
And then what are your thoughts on Kamaru Usman coming off of that KO?
I'm curious to see how he comes back. I love how he's taking it. You know, he's not being super, anal about it. He's not shy. He's still out in the media. He's still out doing his thing. He's showing that he is a champion, But, I think he had kind of got that head to him where he thought he was invincible. And I think it's kind of hard to come back from that when you've been on top for so long. I kind of like Anderson Silva when he was trying to get his belt back. I just don't really think Usman's going to get it back. It's like if Leon Edwards shows up and fights the whole time, like how he fought in the 1st and the 5th, I think he finishes Usman again. That's just my personal opinion. And then if he does get the fucking belt, I think that Chimaev will take the belt from him. I just don't think that Usman has what he used to have in him anymore. I think it's movie time. I think it's time for him to go get paid.
So between the two of them, who's the tougher opponent for you?
For me, styles make fights. It probably would be Usman. But if he's getting knocked out by Leon, he's definitely getting knocked out by me, and it doesn't take a head kick. Probably just takes a right hand straight down the pipe.
Awesome. So one final question. Since Nate Diaz is on the card, are we going to see any Stockton slaps in the ring?
I mean, I slap people pretty much every fight, whether it's a up-close combat slap or a distance slap, or we're just on the ground and I do a little backhand because I feel like that. I mean, I slap people pretty much every fight, and it's not a Stockton slap. You know what I mean? My boy calls it an Agtown slap. Somebody else calls it this, calls it that. I'm just a smack man, and I'm smacking anything that's in my way.
Thank you.
No problem, brother.
Smack man, how do you match up with D-Rod? You mentioned he's not moving his head at all. So you got that edge on the boxing? Where do you see your strengths?
I got the edge everywhere. Boxing, grappling, everywhere. I work harder than D-Rod. D-Rod's been fucking dealing with hand surgery for the past year. I've been working my ass off. You know what I mean? It's like he beat Kevin Lee, but where the fuck does Kevin Lee fit in all of this? So, yeah, hats off to him. He beat Mike Berry, too. Mike Berry beat MVP, so that's pretty cool. But this ain't bare-knuckle boxing, so I'm not really worried about the guy. I mean, if we had 16-ounce gloves on, big gloves, and we were boxing, I would tell you for sure I'd win all 12 rounds. We don't have big gloves on. We got little gloves on. Anything can happen. Yeah, I'll probably knock them out and then end up submitting them. So shit happens.
How nicer is it to not have to do that full weight cut? I know you've done work at
I like the weight cut.
You're cool with the 180?
I like the weight cut. I like cutting to 170 pounds. I feel a lot more professional when I cut the weight. But it does feel good not to have to cut weight, kind of go back to the 185 days, show up, show out, get paid, stay healthy, and go do it again real quick, And Wonder Boy, he always says my name, but he never responds to my damn Instagram messages. Wonder Boy, I know you see it. I got a blue check, you got a blue check. I'm in them DMs. Respond to me, baby.
All right, my man, thank you, and good luck on Saturday.
Appreciate that.
What are you DMing Wonder Boy?
What am I DMing Wonder Boy? Let me see. I got to check. I got a bad memory. Let me see. I ain't got no money to pull out this time, so don't be looking at me like I'm crazy. Boom, boom. Hey, what'd you guys think of my son Buckley's fight last fight? He looked real good in the 3rd round, huh?
Yeah.
He did what I told him to do from the beginning. In the 3rd, that boy got to learn to listen a little bit more. And what's up with Strickland's finger? How did he hurt that?
I think it's infected.
I told him don't finger men's buttholes. I just sent him a little thing, and I said that I was down because he was like he doesn't want to fight a wrestler, and we all know I can't wrestle for shit. So yeah, I sent him a message. It was like I'm down.
How often do you DM him, or is it just the one?
I DM'd him. I think I DM'd him like 4 times, but I think I deleted 2 of the messages because I felt thirsty because he wasn't responding. So I mean, still 2 up there. You know
so. They get notifications when you delete messages.
That's okay, but you didn't see the message. It might have been like an old post type shit that just went away. Still kind of thirsty, but it is what it is. Now, you really can see when they delete messages?
Yeah, you'll get a notification saying user deleted message.
But you don't know what user though, right? Because every once in a while I get a deleted message and I go back to it, and then the only reason why I know it was a girl because I was gonna respond to her later, but I usually got a girl next to me, so I can't respond in time. Yeah.
And finally, you were talking about boxing a little bit earlier. What do you make of Anderson Silva about to box Jake Paul?
Shit. Anderson Silva's a fantastic fighter, and I really hope he gets the job done. But if he doesn't, I'm just throwing it out there now. Anderson Silva is a lot older than what he used to be. He's not the same person. An older Anderson Silva knocks out Jake Paul whatever round he chooses. Just being honest. Hey, do me a favor. All you guys grab the security guards while I run.
Irene, welcome back. It's been quite a while, right? Over a year at this point. So I guess just the emotions of finally being back here on a fight week. What's it feel like for you?
Really good. It feels like home again. I'm glad to be here. Really glad.
Yeah. And not only just a fight card, but a big pay-per-view, Khamzat and Nate, a massive one, T-Mobile Arena. I mean, does this feel like a big fight for you, a big moment?
Yeah, for sure. I'm so happy to share the octagon with those guys. This is the most gangster fight card we can watch, and I'm so happy to be in a card and with people like Nate Diaz, with like Tony Ferguson, who has Latin blood in there. So it's an extra motivation for me.
Nice. Talk about your opponent, Macy, stylistically, how you match up. It looks like it should be a pretty exciting fight. What do you think of her as a fighter?
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting fight. She's tough. She's a really tough fighter. She has some strengths in her games, like cage fight. She's a complete fighter. I know she's working in striking, wrestling, cage fight, and she's a tough prospect too. And well, I think it's gonna be an interesting match.
Yeah, I'm sure you're just excited to be back and competing, but I mean, are you thinking about the rankings? Because you're still number 4. You have a win over number 2. I mean, even though you've been gone for a year, this could still have title implications. Is that the way you see it?
Yeah, for sure. Since I got to the top 5 in the rankings, I'm aware that a title fight can happen anytime. But I'm here to take challenges, and I'm here to take over in all the division. I don't care if it's the number 20 in the division or it's the number 1 in the division. So we're here to work, and that's it.
Nice. Last thing for me, I guess the goal here, is it just to get back in and feel comfortable and win, or is it to do something like really impressive and make a statement and grab momentum again?
Just go with the flow and just enjoy the fight, do what I know to do, and I know I need to make a statement, but I don't feel pressure about it.
You're right over here. We had Macy in earlier, and she was very excited about this fight. She said she had to be especially careful of like that right hook that you can drop people. So I'm asking, when you watch her tape, is there anything specifically from her that you have to watch out for?
I think everything. I need to be very careful for everything. She kicks very good. She has elbows. She has a great clinch work in the cage, in the wrestling. I think the length advantage she has, I need to be careful about that. But I think in every fight, you need to be aware in every area.
She also said she wants women in 135 to go up to 145 and go back and forth so you can all have more fights over the years. Do you think that would be possible for you to go up and down between featherweight and bantamweight?
Well, I think so. Yeah, I think it's a possibility. I feel good in 135. I think it's my division. I'm focused on winning the 135 belt. But it's not a crazy idea for me to go in 145. I think I will feel very, very strong in there.
And what did you make of the two fights between Juliana and Amanda since her last fight? Because obviously Amanda lost, but then she came back and pretty much dominated the entire fight in the second one.
Yeah, I knew deep deep down, I knew that Amanda was going to come back that way. I was expecting that Amanda comes back strong and aggressive, and then she did. And I felt happy about that, because if I get to fight her, I'm going to fight her best self.
Irene, bienvenida a Las Vegas. Ha pasado un rato desde que no te hemos visto en acción. ¿Cómo te has recuperado y cómo se siente finalmente regresar al octágono?
Me siento muy contenta, me siento muy bien, muy contenta, me siento como en casa. No siento que haya pasado un año de no estar aquí. Estuve todo este tiempo preparándome muy fuerte para peleas que se complicó y se tuvieron que cancelar, pero todo el tiempo estuve activa.
Just wanted to tell you guys, so you've been out for about a year, so how's it been? Basically, it didn't feel like it was a year, just basically been training for fights that ended up being canceled, but it's just happy to go back into things, and I was always ready for the fights.
¿En dónde ves tus ventajas contra tu oponente este sábado y qué esperamos? ¿15 minutos o quieres, obviamente, hacer tu trabajo y finalizar lo más pronto posible?
Solo hacer mi trabajo, nunca presiono las peleas, nunca voy esperando el knockout, simplemente llega solo haciendo lo que tengo que hacer, ¿no? Y, ¿cuál era tu segunda pregunta, perdón?
¿De dónde crees que tienes estas ventajas contra mí?
Mis ventajas, creo que tal vez mi experiencia. En este momento me toca ser la veterana, me toca tener más experiencia que ella, y mi agresividad.
How you feel about the advantage? First of all, the advantage. The last question was important. The advantages. What advantage do you have with her? I think it's my experience. I think it's my turn to be a veteran, and also my aggressiveness. That is the advantage that I have against her.
Y finalmente, este sábado peleas y en una semana Saúl Canelo Álvarez. Te da más energía que dos peleadores de Guadalajara. Están en Las Vegas trayendo a gente, dándole un buen rato a los fans. Y qué gran momento para ustedes.
Sí, claro, es una motivación extra saber que Canelo va a estar peleando una semana después que yo, y es el mejor momento de representar a México y a Guadalajara. Yo soy de Culiacán, Sinaloa, pero también soy adoptada de Guadalajara. No tengo mucho tiempo viviendo en Guadalajara y me llena de orgullo.
About the fact that Canelo's fighting and the pride and joy in actually having two fighters, Guadalajara and Guadalajara adjacent, fighting here is also a very big source of pride and patriotism to have them here, so close to each other.
Gracias, Irene, y buena suerte el sábado.
Gracias. ¿Listo? We're good? Gracias.
I needed to. It was a little too long.
Hakeem, big result last time out for you. Just curious what the key was to that performance and what it meant to you.
Yeah, that was a really important performance. You know, I was coming off that loss when I fought Eve Masvar, whatever. Of course, I was injured that fight. So my last fight, I think just the reason why I was so successful and why it was such a good performance is because I had a healthy training camp. The herniation in my neck, I dealt with that. It was completely healed, and I was able to just train and fight without having to worry about injuries.
Nice. So I'm just curious, the time away between then and now, were there more injuries to deal with, or was it just waiting to get booked?
It was waiting to get booked. I kept asking, my management for fights, and, believe it or not, no one really wanted to fight. I kept asking for top 15, top 10, and no one wanted to book me. So he was just like, let's just take this fight, and keep you busy. And after this, I promise you, we'll get you, you'll be ranked, and we'll get you a higher ranking opponent.
Nice. What do you think about Julian as an opponent? I mean, he's had some setbacks, but he's had some great performances as well.
Yeah, I'm one of those guys. I always look at their strengths first. So one thing I notice, he's tall. He's 6'1". Second thing I notice, he seems to have decent cardio. And the third thing I notice, he seems to like to scrap. He likes to scrap. But as well, I look at his weaknesses. I saw that he got knocked out by Julian Erosa, which I felt like I had no problem with him. I see that he's a little bit sloppy. He has holes in his game. He likes to get hit, and I think that's just a bad recipe for me. I'm the least hit featherweight of all time, and I'm a very high-level striker, former world champion in Muay Thai, very high wrestling defense. My grappling is always getting better, so I see myself finishing this fight in a number of different ways. But just because I've beaten guys that have beaten him and he's had a setbacks, I'm not taking this fight lightly.
With the things you touched on, though, I do wonder, right? Like, he does like to scrap, but do you think he'll be willing to do that with you, or do you think this is a fight where he'll turn to his grappling?
I think he's gonna try and scrap at first, and then when he feels something he doesn't like, he's gonna try and turn it into a grappling match.
Last thing for me, I mean, you kind of touched on it, but a win here, I mean, 7-1 in your last 8. I mean, that's pretty crazy. Ranked opponent. I mean, it has to be a ranked opponent at that point, right?
Yeah, definitely. After this fight, I got some big names that I want to call out. And get myself back in the ranking system and start making my title run. I feel like my time is now.
Came over here. You touched upon your Muay Thai background. I actually asked him how he would compare his striking to yours in MMA, and he said that in the past he's actually done very well against high-level technical strikers because in his words, he's scrappy and unorthodox. So I'm curious what you make of his striking in MMA.
Who's the high-level striker that he's beaten?
I think he said he fought Mehdi Baghdad on The Ultimate Fighter was the one that he brought up. He was a kickboxer.
Yeah, I never heard of that dude. I was a WMC world champion. I haven't seen him beat any high-level strikers. Julian Erosa is a decent striker, and he got knocked out by him. So, I think whatever makes him feel good, but definitely I think me and him are different calibers. And I think he's underestimated me because once you're in the octagon with me, it's a lot different. I think he's maybe seen, he calls me a clean striker, and I don't like to fight dirty, but I know how to fight. I just make it clean because I'm very technical. But if he wants to get up close and get into the danger zone, I think he's got a rude awakening.
He also is looking forward to fighting in the big octagon because all of his past, lately, it's been all in the here, where it's the smaller one. He said having more room to work will benefit him. So are you expecting anything different from him?
Yeah, I think he wants that because he wants more room to run, and I hope he's not a runner, but we'll see. I heard a couple interviews saying, he wants to strike with me, but then I heard a couple interviews he wants to keep it long range. So I hope we don't have another fight where it's like Zubar or he's running, but I'm going to be cutting off the octagon. I'm going to be putting the pressure down, and I'm going to make sure it's a fight.
Has the UFC told you anything about the possibility of going back to Canada in the near future at all?
I heard when I first got booked for September, they were talking about Toronto, Vancouver, and yeah, they just kind of scrapped that. So I have heard talks about it, but as of right now, I don't know. But I would love to do something back in Canada, obviously Toronto or Vancouver, or during Stampede time in Calgary, Alberta, around July. I think that would be perfect.
And finally, what are your thoughts on the main event between Khamzat and Nate Diaz? How do you see that playing out?
Of course, I'm going to go with kind of everybody else. I see Hazmat, taking the fight. But if it goes into the 4th and 5th rounds and he doesn't finish Nate Diaz, Nate Diaz is one of those OGs that can kind of surprise you. So if it does hit the 4th and 5th rounds, I can see Nate Diaz giving him maybe a little bit of problem. But it's definitely a tough fight. They fed him a lion in there.
Johnny, welcome back after I think 7 months away at this point. I guess how are you feeling being back on another fight week?
Bro, I'm really excited and really happy. Not just because I come back for fight, but for the crowd. I've been fighting for the last 4 fights, no crowd, very depressed. Now I have the people energy back, so let's smash it.
I was going to ask, I mean, some people say, oh, I don't hear the crowd, but you seem like the crowd means something to you, right? Like it's a part of your energy. So do you feel like this is a whole different opportunity for you to have that crowd again?
100%, 100%. The crowd, I feel their energy, they motivate me, you know? And I see that people is watching, and I want to make the show for them. I want to show them that I'm real, you know?
Nice. I know the last result was, frustrating for you. I guess what lessons did you take out of that, and what have you been focused on in the meantime?
Yeah, my last fight wasn't the way that I like to be. You know, I got knocked out. But we fight against the best in the world. It's happened to anyone. Everyone on top 15 have power and skill enough to knock even the champion out, you know? So I've been working really on my boxing, on my defense, all of the skills, right? And, of course, against all of the techniques and the way that Cutelaba fights, so I will get ready for him.
Yeah. As you said, you fight the best in the world. You want another one of those guys, a dangerous opponent, of course. What do you think about him as a fighter?
He's really strong and good wrestling, wild box. He want to hit you to take your head out. You know, so I watched his last fight. He fell because he missed the guy head, and he fell. It's fucking huge punch, and it's a good match for me. And let's have fun. I'm ready for him.
He's pretty chaotic and wild in there, and you used to be very chaotic and wild. You've tried to control yourself a little more, but is that going to be hard to do in front of a packed arena and a crowd again? Will it be difficult for you to maintain that composure?
Not really. I'm 30 years old now. I'm on my prime. Just start my prime. You know, have a lot of experience, and now I'm fighting better than before. Now every time I fight better, I get evolved. I learn. I like to improve, and it's another version of me. I was better and better.
Last thing for me, you guys are both very dangerous. Are you expecting this fight to be over pretty quick?
Not quick, but I don't think the ref is gonna decide for us.
Johnny, over here outside. I think I saw a headline this morning about how you had some issue taking CBD oil with the THC over the past few years. What exactly happened? Did you have like a reaction to it?
Yeah, the last 3 years I've been being sponsored by them. There's nothing against the CBD. It's just myself, my brain don't react too good. Like other people's maybe as well, but my brain, maybe I have a, what's the name? OCDC.
OCD?
Yeah, you have hyperactivity or something, no? ADHD. Yeah, something like that. And then when I have the CBD should calm me down, but the little percentage that, every CBD have a little bit of THC. The THC fucked me up. I get paranoid, I don't trust nobody, I get late for training, I don't follow a schedule, I get lost, I don't trust nobody, like, fucked my life. And I didn't know that. I was drugging myself for the last 3 years, and I didn't notice. Now I know, and I stopped taking. But maybe I used to using the cream, the top, because just for the muscles, good for the muscle, anti-inflammatory, you know. But I don't take it anymore.
How did you find out that was the reason?
It's because after Thiago fight, I broke my foot, my tendons, right? And it was really sore, like. And then I've been taking CBD. I said, come on, I never feel not if this. I want to feel less pain now. Let's see if this works. Then I take 7 doses more, you know. I overdose a little bit. I should take just one. I take 7 or 5, and then I get fucked. My girlfriend have to look after me like a baby. You know, I don't want she get out of me, like stay away from me. I want to hug her. Don't let me alone. Like crazy nightmare. And then after when they take like 3-4 days to come back, and then I said something's wrong. This can't be, you know. And then I just stopped after that because it's not healthy for me, you know. Just for me.
What would happen? Would you hear voices in your head, or what would go on?
Bro, it's another dimension. I believe in things that's not happening, you know. Like if I'm out here now and this happened, I go, what the fuck? Does all these people look at me? This guy is fucking recording me right now. Like I feel very uncomfortable for everybody, you know. Like I don't trust nobody. I don't want to be here. I'm just gonna go away. I don't want to stay here, you know. It's crazy. My confidence gets really low. It's horrible.
So that had a direct effect on your performance in the octagon, or was it just in training camp?
bro, affect my life. My life. Thank you.
Think about going to get seconds for lunch.
Even for like Apex, you guys sit in this area? Apex shows? No, but you're in here, so should still.
Right?
Is that the first ever like media day walk-in music?
Walkout music.
Nate, obviously we see the whole team here, man. I know fight week isn't always, can be stressful at times, but I guess is it something special about having the whole crew here with you today?
These guys are with me every day, everywhere I'm at, so I didn't even notice the difference.
Right. It looked like on the way in, did you guys stop and take a look in the hall here at the Tough jersey?
Yeah, 'cause they got tough 1 through. What number are they on now?
30.
Oh, that's 30 out there? Yeah, that's great. I was saying when I was telling him, I was like, when I remember when I was on Ultimate Fighter 5, and I was like, man, we're like on the old, like we were one's a long ass time ago. Like that was the classic shit, and now we're all the way at 30.
Was it cool to kind of reminisce a little bit while you're out there? I mean, I know we're all talking about, is this maybe your last fight? Is it fun to kind of take a little trip down?
Yeah, but I do that every time I see the jersey, like when we were going to the old place. So when I see it, it's always cool to sit there and check everything out and see the time that's gone by.
Nice. Big week for you, obviously a big fight, but big news as well that you're getting into the promotion game with Real Fight Inc. Talk about that aspect of your life. I mean, is that an exciting new development?
Well, just the way it's been like from my whole career. I've been a promoter the whole time. Come to find out, my fights promote themselves, and then the whole thing came with. And then I was like, I'm gonna get the Conor fight and show people how it's done, but nobody learned how it was done. So then I was like, got the rematch and took the 3 years off, and I was like, all right, well, I know what I'll do now. I'll make a belt. Watch me do it too. And then so that happened, and then whatever the fuck happened next, every time it's like, what, this easy? Why am I playing for them? I play for me.
I know you still got a lot of fighting left to do in your career, but is that something you plan on being like heavily involved in, or is that just kind of a side business?
Nah, yeah, I'm just gonna let my smart friends and my rich folks do that part. I'm just gonna sit to the side and say what's dumb and what's not.
Smart. In the meantime, obviously, you got a big fight, UFC 279. I know this is a fight you said, listen, it's not necessarily the fight I wanted. Does that make it any more challenging to prepare for than any other fight in your career, knowing it's not one you necessarily wanted?
Yeah, for sure. So I give up on preparing. I'm just like, whatever. Beat me.
Khamzat, I mean, what do you think of him as a fighter? I mean, have you watched much tape? I mean, have you seen much of his game? I mean, obviously, I'm sure you hear the hype around him, but do you think he's deserving of it?
I think that I've been stuck in the cage for a long time, and I got to do what I got to do to get the fuck out. Whether it fight the toughest guy, the newest guy, whatever you want to make of him or call him, or anybody, I'm like, I'm just ready to rock and roll.
Nice. Last thing for me, Nate, obviously all the talk is about your contract. We know, this is the last one. So I just wonder, regardless of the result, how do you decide what's next? Is it only about, money? Is it just about the amount of money on a check coming from somewhere? Or is there something else you want in the next phase of your career, whether it be still with the UFC or somewhere else?
I feel like the UFC, it's kind of limited for me, and I wanted to reach fucking higher goals, higher objectives, and do bigger stuff than this. And under the UFC umbrella, it's like you're, like I said, you're limited. You only go so far, and like I said, it's only a halftime show. It's time to blow past everybody here and the organization, and even if it involved in me staying in or getting out, I'm gonna do something bigger than I've ever done as soon as this is done. Bigger than this, bigger than whatever's in the past also.
Nate, if you could see one change in the UFC, what would it be? If you could implement one change and you could see something change about the company, what would it be?
I don't.
There's been some talk about you and Jake Paul. Is that something you're interested in, or are you just sort of that doesn't matter until after Saturday?
I think I've heard a lot about a lot of stuff, and whatever comes after this, like I said, is going to be bigger than anything I've ever done.
Are you interested in his fight with Anderson?
I'm interested in all combat.
How do you see that fight between Jake and Anderson playing out, given Anderson's age and Jake Paul's age?
I see it going a lot of different ways. I think Anderson is for sure. I didn't like when he fought Cesar Chavez Jr. and they were talking like I think it might have been the organization they were fighting under or whatever, but they were talking like all surprised that Anderson was beating Chavez Jr. I respected Chavez Jr. and Senior and all the boxing, but I was like, why are they talking like it's surprising? And what do they call the analysts when the fight was happening? I thought, why are they acting like they're surprised Anderson Silva was doing good? It's like, what do you even think Chavez Jr. is doing in there with Anderson Silva? You know, so they considered him the GOAT in the UFC for a long time, you know, and there was no appreciation for that, and I thought that was stupid, and I think they'd be stupid if they're trying to count him out at all in this fight. But I also see that Jake Paul could win and do well too. He's young, motivated, strong, inspired to box dude, so I think it makes for an interesting fight.
Nate, just back here. So I'm curious about your thoughts on the outcome of UFC 278 at Vivint Arena in Salt Lake City. I know you went 5 rounds with Leon Edwards and damn near beat him in that final round. What do you think of Leon's performance in that fight?
I thought the fight was going to go like that. Either or a decision win for Usman or a finish by Leon. So did a good job, good fight.
What do you think of Kamaru Usman's performance?
I feel like whatever he was doing, he was doing a good job, and it looked like any other fight he had, right?
Okay. And looking at your next opponent, do you think you have the weapons to beat him?
Yeah.
Hey, Nate, to your left.
Because I saw him move, and I like that's the right, bro. I didn't get in my head.
Every fighter we've talked to today is very excited to be on your card. I just wanted to know, like, what's that mean to you?
Well, I excited back.
What's that?
Excited back.
Okay.
Also.
Awesome. Thank you.
Next question. We're done.
Hey Nate, real quick, inside fighting here. I know you're focused on.
Oh, you slacking.
I know you're focused on fight week, but there's been some talk about maybe a possible show about your life, a movie about your life. Is there any truth to that, or?
Yeah, coming soon for sure when it works. And what's your name?
Andrew Capuchetti.
From where?
Inside Fighting.
Man, you better step it up. It's time.
Yeah. All right.
All right. Good to see you guys. Thank you very much. All right.